Haika, you have to finish watching the video and also post your answers in the chat, okay?
Okay.
So meanwhile, you guys can do that. And then I will continue with grade 6 English, okay? So I'm gonna wait for your answers, Haika. And Haika and Siddiqa, I'm gonna post a video again in the chat so you can watch it and write about it, okay? I'm just posting the video. So Siddiqa, Assalamu alaikum, Siddiqa. Okay, so you guys have to write report. Write the answers on what are the core business ownerships and explain them, okay? Okay, Siddiqa, do you guys understand? Can you unmute, please? Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Can you unmute? Haika,
Yes.
do you understand? So you have to tell me what are the 4 business ownerships and explain them, okay? Watch the video. I don't think yesterday you answered them, so that's why today you have to answer them, okay? Okay, meanwhile, continue with grade 6 English. So grade 6, please unmute so we can do English, okay? Okay, Bahawuddin, yesterday did you find the English assignment? Did you post your answers?
Yes, teacher.
Okay. Okay, text forms. Imran, can you read text forms?
Okay. There are many forms of text. Some text are fiction and writing for environment purpose. Entertainment purposes, such as legends and fantasy tales. Some are nonfiction, such as science writing and autobiographies. Depending on your writing content, you will have to choose the most appropriate text form.
Okay, legends, can you read this one as well, Imran? Legend.
A legend is a narrative that is alleged to be historical fact, while legends and myths both contain fantastical and elements. Legends are more grounded in reality.
Yeah. Okay, so they have an example here. King Arthur. So usually some history is involved because King Arthur was one of the kings, right? And history like and like a long time ago. So he also had a different he had history, right? Like how they used to have like castles back in in the century, and they had people they had different way of living. So that those elements are all like based on something that's reality, that used to be reality. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so another example could be like like some things can like um John Abraham, Abraham Lincoln, sorry, Abraham Lincoln. He was one of those leaders, like so he used to be like American leader who was in like who had participated in the World War. So he was the one who introduced like black slaves in the era. So black slaves were bought from South Africa, and they were they used to work for them, right? So and he wasn't like considered a legend, but he had a history, right? So like of how like people, because we don't have real images, but people have like drawn images of like black slaves who were brought in ships, and then they used to work, right, for them, for Abraham Lincoln's for the white people basically. So then there was a lot of racism witnessed and a lot of things like that. So in the history, um there are some images that you can use to write about that historical fact, right? Okay, guys, make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so science writing. Howardin, can you read? Howardin, science writing, can you read?
Science writing requires specific writing techniques. When writing a text on a scientific topic, you should use signal words to make it easier for readers to follow your ideas. Below are three techniques often used. Show how things happen as a result of something else. Identify the problem and present solutions. Show how two or more things are alike or different.
Okay, so in the science writing, we have to write three techniques, which is cause and effect, problem solution, compare and contrast. Okay, so there's a three techniques of can often be used. So sometimes how is pollution affecting human health, right? First you would write about the cause, about pollution, for example. Then you would write its effect, right? Okay, makes sense, like how it's affecting on human health, right? Makes sense. So that's one way of writing it. Then another technique is um writing problem and solution. So how do you think, Bahauddin, how do you think you can write something scientific writing with problem and solution?
Maybe we can see like there's a problem in the story and they will try to fix it, and then they will succeed in fixing it, and then That's how the story.
Good. Can you give me any example? Like an example?
Like example, maybe a dog is hungry. He was looking for food a long time, but then he found a nice person who gave him food. Something like that.
Yeah, but we're talking about scientific, like like scientific, like for
Okay.
example, yeah. Just give me an example of like water pollution or something like related to, something related to land, agriculture or something like that.
Okay. Before, in like few years ago, they were using some unhealthy gas. It was breaking the ozone layer. The ozone layer wasn't in Antarctica, and then all of the countries agreed to not use this gas, and then they fixed the ozone layer.
Good, good. That's good. Okay, Jazakallah khair. Okay, autobiographies. Imran, can you read? Imran?
Okay. Autobiographies. An autobiography is a written account of one's life, unlike a biography, which is about someone else's life. An autobiography is about the writer's own life experience. An autobiography is typically written in the first person. Using the pronoun I helps the writer contact with the readers and helps the writer connect with the reader, and it makes the reading experience feel more intimate and personal.
Yeah. So the purpose of an autobiography is to entertain and inform. The writer can impart any wisdom or life lesson that he or she has learned. Okay, so that's autobiography. It's something that you write for yourself. Like everyone has their own autobiography. I have my own autobiography, right? How I grew up, how which school did I go to, right? Where was my place of birth? So that's everyone's own autobiography, okay? So, for example, if there's let's say there's a let's say there was an author, right? Her name is J.K. Rowling. So she wrote, if she would write an autobiography of herself, she would write it like by saying that she was born in, for example, in America. Okay, she grew up in this, and she went to this school, for example, any school near her house, so she could name that school, and then she would name where she got where she finished her education, right? Where she got, for example, like where she worked at, which job she got. Okay, and then she wrote at what year she started writing. She became a writer after studying this course, English course. She started writing like a novel and published it, and it became a very hit novel. It had it was liked by everyone, a lot of people, and when she was able to sell a lot of copies, right? So that's her autobiography. So she wrote about her, how she grew up, what she studied, what school she went, and where she went for her education, higher education, right? So that's her autobiography. She wrote about her own self, right? So legends are based in reality, which helps them seem more realistic. It tells the story of the Arthur. It tells Arthur, a British leader who led an army against Saxon invaders in the 5th and 6th century. The legend uses real locations and refers to real events, but historians are doubtful of the existence of King Arthur. One of the most famous autobiographies is The Diary of a Young Girl by Anne Frank. She recorded her experience of hiding with her family for 2 years during the World War II. Okay, write a short legend. Tips on writing a legend. Pick a specific culture, time period, and locale on which to focus on your story. Base some of the details on real events, place, people, etc. Add fantastical elements. Okay, then for the science report, you have to write there's 3 topics. So you can write about the solar system, an endangered species in Canada, what causes tides in oceans, okay? And then my autobiography online, so it should be about yourself. So Bahauddin, you will write about yourself, your name, birthplace, hometown, family members, pets, education, hobbies, accomplishments, important events. And Imran, you would write about yourself, okay? So then you would summarize all that you listed in this autobiography of. For example, don't forget to use I in details of important and discuss the lessons you have learned in life. So autobiography used, you can draw a picture or something about you, and then you can write it, okay? Make sense?
Okay.
Or you can post a picture of yourself here in this image and then you can write it. Okay? You don't have to, but if you want to, it's your choice, okay? So let me just share this with you guys so you can start working on this. So I need to see the legend one today, okay? You can post it in the announcement, okay, Bahauddin? Then the rest you can do for homework. So I'm just posting the questions. Okay, homework. Okay, so I have posted the assignment. If you can check, Bahauddin, have you received?
Okay, teacher, I will check.
Okay. And start working on it. So I'm gonna wait for your answers, okay? Post it on the announcement page. Okay, Imran, do you understand what to do?
Yes, I do.
So please post your answers, okay, in the announcement page for legend. You have to write a legend, right, for now. Okay. So grade 7, Siddiqa, Haika, to continue with math. Chapter 5 is decimals, okay? We have finished this right now. So was yesterday's homework easy to do? Everyone, Siddiqa wasn't in class, so we did areas of the shapes, okay? Siddiqa, so here they're saying to find the length, okay? Length to width, okay? So that means they gave you, we did ratios, so 4:3. So they're already telling us they want the area, they have the, like, they have the equivalent area of 8 now, okay? So we do not have, we have to find the width. We do not know what the width is, so we label as x. So then we can write it like this. A 4 times 2, gives you 8, right? So 3 times 2 will be what x is. So what is 3 times 2, Siddiqa? Siddiqa, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, so what is, 4 times 2 gave you 8, right? So one of the length is already given to you, 8. We have to find the width. So we label it as x. So we know that the ratio is 4:3. So 4:3, we know that one is 8. So 4 times 2 gives you 8. And 3 times what? 2. We have to also multiply 3 times 2. So what is 3 times 2?
6.
6. So the x will equal to 6, okay? This
Okay.
is my fraction, okay? So it's 8 to ratio to 6, okay? Okay. So base to height, Haika, were you able to do this one? Base to height? So the ratio is 3:2, okay, and they gave you already, they gave you the base and they gave you the height. Okay, so this is the base and this is the height, okay? So you know that the base again is 6, okay, and the new height we do not know. So when the base is 6, you have to also, that 3 times 2 will give you 6. So you also multiply this by 2. So what is it going to be, the height?
The height is going to be.
What is it going to be?
Which are 12-hour mark.
Sorry, you cut off there. When
So
you were
yes,
telling me.
what is the height going to be? So you said 2 times 3, I told you it gives you 6. So you're multiplying the base, which is 3, right? You're multiplying this by 2 to give you the new height. The new base is 6. Okay, because base is always this length and height is always this length. Okay. So if this is 6, base is 6, what is the height going to be? Also, you're going to multiply that 2 by 2. So what is 2 times 2? Haika, what is 2 times 2?
2 times 2 is 4.
Yeah. Don't unmute in class, okay? Everyone, please unmute. Haika, please unmute, okay?
Okay.
Because I need to, yes. So can you do question 19 for me, Aya? Aya, are you there? Okay. Siddiqa, can you do question 19? Yes, can you do question 19, Aya?
Oh, okay. Hang on.
So the base to height is ratio is 2:1. Okay. So what is the new base? So the new height they gave you is going to be, because this is always height, okay? In the triangle, this is your height usually, the 19 degrees one, okay? So let's say your height is now 2, okay? Now, what do I multiply by 1 by 2 to get you 1 times 2 gave you 2, right? So what do I have to multiply 2 by to get the new base? 2, right? So what is 2 times 2? What is 2 times 2? Aya?
Yeah.
What is 2 times 2?
2 times 2 is...
Yeah, don't unmute. Keep responding so I understand, like you understand, okay? Okay. 1:2, okay? Haika? So the new ratio is 8. Okay, we do not know. We have blank here. Okay, Aya?
Okay.
So what do you think 2 times gave you what 8? What number do you multiply by 2 to get you 8? Aika? What number did I multiply by 2 to give you us 8? Aya?
8.
Or Haika?
You have to multiply 4.
4? Yes. And then I also have to multiply the 1 by what number? If I'm multiplying the 2 by 4, I also have to multiply the 1 by Haika. I think of it like this, okay? It's like 1:2 is just 1/2. So equals to blank over 8. So I need to find this. So what am I multiplying 2 by to give us 8? You said 4. So I also have to multiply the 1 by
4?
Yes, good. So the 1 is also being multiplied by 4. So I get 4 at the x. So my x is going to be 4. Make sense? 4:8. Okay. Siddiqa, can you do this question? 1:2. Siddiqa, so 1:2 gave, how do you get 9? So let's consider like this, 1/2 and blank is 9, okay?
So we
So what did I multiply
multiply.
by? Yes?
So like 2 times 9?
No. So what am I multiplying 2 by to give us 9?
Oh, okay. Okay,
Right?
so
So right now is a bit confusing because we can label this as x, okay? Because we do not know the blank, like this is x, okay?
okay.
So we wrote it, the ratio we can write like this, 1:2, we can write it like 1/2, like a fraction, okay? So I wrote the 1:2 as 1/2, and then the x/9, I wrote x/9. So now I can cross multiply, okay? So the 9 times 1 give you 9, and then x times 2 gives you 2x. Okay?
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
And then now I can bring, because the 2 is being multiplied with the x in this side, so it will go and divide on the other side. So the 2 goes to the other side and divides. Divide is like 9 over 2. We can write 9 divided by 2 like 9 over 2. And now your x is like, you know, here. So you're right. So now 9 divided by 2 gives you what? What is 9 divided by 2? Two times what gives you 9? Siddiqa? Siddiqa, what do I have to multiply by 2 to give us 9? Siddiqa, are you there? Siddiqa? Siddiqa, please respond. I don't know where you went. Please respond and mute. Siddiqa? Okay, Aya, are you there? Haika?
Yes.
Yes, so 2 times what number gives us 9?
No, me.
What is the closest?
Closest is 4.
Away. Okay.
Sorry, closest what number?
4.
4, right? So 4 and then 8 and then I get 1. Okay? So that means my fraction is gonna be 9. 1 over 2. So if I multiply the 9 by the 2 and then I get 18 and then I add it with the 1, so 19 over 2. So 19 over 2 is telling me that my ratio is gonna be 19 over 2, right? Like that. 19 over 2 means like that to 9, right? This is my how I'm gonna write it. Okay, makes sense? Okay. So the ratio of a fiction to non-fiction book is 8:5 in Mrs. Carey's class and 4:3 in Miss Easton class. Each room has 30 non-fiction books. How many fiction books are there in class? In Mrs. Corey's class, okay? So how many non-fiction books we have? We have a ratio of non-fiction books, right? Non-fiction books is 8:5. Okay. And in Mrs. Corey's class, in Mrs. Corey's class, right? And 4:T, Mrs. Easton class, okay? 4:3.
Wow.
Each room has 30 books. So the total books we have in each room is 30. How many fiction books are there? Okay. So if they're in Mrs. Corey's class, we have how many? Ratio is 8. A ratio 5 is just like 8/5. And the total amount of books are is 30. So how many fiction books are there? So we do not know the fiction books, right? So we can label as F, right? Because we do not know the fictional books. So we 30 times 5 will give you 150. Okay, and 8 times F, right? So 150. Okay, And then 150 divided by 8 will give you the fictional book amount, okay? Okay, so what is 150 divided by 8? Siddiqa, are you there? Imran, are you there? Okay, Haika, can you tell me? What is
Okay.
150 divided?
We can see.
Yeah,
150 divided by 2.
yeah, so
Okay,
8
Fatima.
times, yeah, 150 divided by 8. So what is
Okay,
it?
so
8 times what gives you 15? 8 times,
Yes. Table of 5.
So-
Go ahead, read.
8 times what gives me 15. Closest would be 2. No, wait, no, closest would be 1. Because otherwise it's over.
so 15 minus 8 is what?
Continue.
7.
30. Stop.
6, isn't it 6?
No, it's 7.
So 15 minus 8, yeah, good, 7. Yes, 7. So 70. So, okay, 70. Okay, and what is gonna give you 70? 8 times what gives you 70?
Let me just. Closest would be 8 times 8, which is 64. Otherwise, it goes over.
Okay. Yeah, so actually let me make I think this question I didn't read it properly, but let's read it properly. Okay, let's do it together. So the ratio of the fiction to non-fiction. So that means 8 is the fiction to non-fiction. Okay. So that means 8 is fiction and then 9. And then total of the non-fictional books is how much? 30, right? So we have to find the fictional books. So we do not know the fictional. So that means now my ratio is going to be 8 over 5 equals to F over 30, right, Taika? Make sense?
830.
So this ratio, 8 over 5, I write 8 ratio 5, I wrote 8 over 5, and then F ratio to 30 is the fictional books, right? Because it's fiction to non-fiction, okay? That's why you have to write F first and then N after, non-fiction after. So the F is first, I wrote F because I do not know how many fictional books are in Miss Chloe's class, so I write F over, and then the total non-fictional books is 30. Okay, now I cross multiply, okay? Okay, Haika?
Okay.
So what is 30 times 8?
30 times 8?
Yes. F times 5 is just 5F.
240?
240. Yeah, 240. Now I multiply 5 times F, so that's 5F. So now I'm gonna bring it to the other side and it will divide, right? Because it's being multiplied on this side. To take it to the other side and divide. So let's divide both sides by 5. So 5 divided by 5 is just 1. So just I can write it like F, and 240 divided by 5 is what? Can you tell me? What is 240 divided by 5, Haika?
240 divided by 5?
Mm-hmm.
And now we lost Umayma again.
30. Yes. 48.
48. Okay. Yeah. $20. Yeah, 48. So that means my answer is 48 fictional books. Make sense? So it's very important to write the fraction. Now for Mrs. Easton class, now tell me. So we already know that there's a ratio of fictional books to non-fictional books in Mrs. Corey class from 4 to 3. So how many, if there's 30 non-fictional books in the total class, each classroom, how many fictional books are they? Okay, so we do not know. Can you do that? Now, Heike, can you do this step? Next step?
On your
Okay,
camera, you can put a
so
picture on your
So how am
background.
I gonna write it into a fraction?
Put
4
a
ratio
picture
3.
on your background. No, we lost
you're
my-
just going to
Here.
divide.
Yeah, so how am I gonna write? What number am I gonna write on the top? Here, what number goes in? Fictional to non-fictional, remember? So what's the fictional number? Heike? Give it a guess, it's okay. If you get it wrong, no problem.
Topic area. This is.
So I divide, right?
Yeah, divide.
I divide 4
4, yes.
with 3.
Yes, good. And then equals, and then the next would be, the next one is, we were at 1, so the second one. This is fictional, right? Fictional.
Yes.
So the F goes here. And what goes on the bottom? F to ratio to 30, right? So what goes on the bottom? Over?
Complete your
30.
Yes, good. So now I do multiplying, cross multiplying. So 30 times 4 and 3 times F. What is 30 times 4? What is 30 times 4?
30 times 4.
957.
That's 120.
Yes. So 120. And 3 times F is just 3F. So now, because there's multiplying on both sides, the 3, so I have to take it to the other side and do what? Change the sign, right? To divide. The 3 will become divide on both sides. So now the second step is to divide on both sides. So 3 times 3 divided by 3 is just 1. So F. 120 divided by 3 is what? What is the 120 divided by 3? Haika? Sadika? Aya, do you know what 120 divided by 3 is? Aya? Aya, are you there? Okay, Haika, can you tell me?
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
So.
Yes, I'm here. What do you? What's up?
Yes, 120 divided by 3. Can you tell me?
120 divided by 3?
Yes.
$40.
40, yes. So my fictional answer is, for the fictional books for Miss Easton class, is 40 books, okay? Okay. Okay, now we have another question. Let's see. Read this. Miss Curry's class received 1 fictional book, 1 fiction, and 5 non-fiction books, okay? So that means Miss Corey class, what's the ratio between fiction and non-fiction? 1 is fiction and the 5 are non-fiction, okay? Okay, makes sense. From the library. Miss Easton gave a total of 10 books to the library. If the ratio of fiction to non-fiction books is the same for both classes, okay, how many each type of book did Miss Easton give to the library? Okay, so they're saying the ratio is the same, okay? So she's saying that she gave 10 books to the library. So you can write for 10 either for the 1 or the 5. So if she gave 10 books to the library, 5 times 2 gives you 10, right? So what is the ratio to the, wait 1 second. So 1 second. So 1:5, and the total books you are given is total book to the library was 5. So if you have 1/5, okay, and you know your total books are 10, right? We would label this as x, okay, 10 over x, okay, because we have total books of 10, total are 10. So we would times this by this, and this, no, wait 1 second. I think it's the other way. So if the ratio of fictions and all is the same to say how many to each type of book did Miss Easton give to the library. So if 1:5, it's the non-fictional books, and if there's 10 books given to the library and the ratio is the same, so that means you have a 5, you have basically 5 books were given for the non-fictional and 5 books were given to the library that were non-fictional. So that's the ratio. If there's 10 books in total, the ratio is 5 to 5. Make sense? Does anyone understand? Kaika? Yes. Okay. So the 6.2 are rates. Okay, find the unit rate. Print 320 pages in 8 minutes. Okay, so how many pages per minute? So we have to find per minute, because if it's 320, so let's do it on the whiteboard. So okay, so what is the ratio here? Rates, for the rates, okay? What do you think? Haika or Siddiqa? How many pages to over minutes is there? Siddiqa? Siddiqa? Siddiqa, can you please unmute? I can't hear you. Imran, sorry, Haika? Haika?
You hear me now?
Yeah. So 320 per 8 minutes is what? Gonna be the rate. 320 over pages over 8 minutes, okay? That's the ratio.
Okay.
That's a rate. Okay, but they're telling you find for per minute how many pages, okay, per minute. So if there's 320 over 8, you know that it's per minute, you don't know. So you know the per minute is 1 minute, okay, basically. This is 8 minutes and this is 1 minute. Okay, so then you can write this as 320 over 8 equals to x over 1. So that means now you have to cross multiply. 320 times 1, okay, and then 8 times x. Okay, Haika? Make sense? Okay. So that means now I'm gonna divide 320 by 8. So that will give me about 40, right? Will that, no, 40? Yes. So 40, okay, divided by 8, no, sorry, 320 over 8 is 40, and X, that's my answer. So X, that means per page is 40 pages, okay? Being printed. Per minute, every minute, you're printing 40 pages, okay? Is that making sense to you guys? Okay, let's share the screen so I can give you one question to do. Okay. Can you do this one? Haika, can you do question 2?
Okay.
And Siddiqa, can you do question 4?
Yes.
Can you do question number 4?
Okay.
So I'll give you guys 2 minutes. And then Aya, can you also do question 2? Aya,
Yeah?
can you also do question number 2?
Alright, I'll try doing it.
Aya, anyone done the question? Siddiqa? Haika, are you done? Haika, are you done the question?
Yeah.
What do you get for centimeter per a year? What did you get?
364.5.
So 36.45? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 364.5.
It should be a lower answer because or 36, let's try 36.45, let's see. 121.5 over 3 years, right? So per year means 1 year. And we do not know, right, how many centimeters. So we cross multiply, right? So what I get was 1.5 times 1 and then 3 times x, okay, on the other side. So 3 times x, okay. So 121.5 times 1 is just 121.5 and 3 times x is just 3x. So we divide now because since 3x was multiplied on this side, so it goes there and on the other side and divides. So divide both sides, right? 3 by 3, it's 1. And then 121.5 divided by 3. Okay, that will give you, okay, 121.5 divided by 3. So 3 times what gives you 12? Aika? 3 times what gives you 120 or 121 or 1 or 12? Let's try the two numbers.
12
Yeah, 3 times what gives you 12?
times
4, right? So that's 12, and then so 1 you bring it down, and then the 5 you will also bring it down. But before that, you have to add 2 zeros because there is a decimal, and then you also have to add a decimal because of 1. So then I'm putting beside my 40 because basically, because if you think about it, basically if you do the first 3 numbers, it's better, so you understand. So for 3 times some number gives you what do you call some number gives you like 120, right? So 3 times 121 closes 120, so 40. Then I have to add a decimal because of the 5. Okay, okay, because I'm bringing it down. So that means 3 times what number gives you 15? 5, right? Okay. Is that making sense? So my answer is actually 40.5. Make sense? So how many per year? How many do you grow per year? Yes, centimeters. Haika?
15.
No. How many centimeters per year? We just calculated 40.5, right?
Yeah, 40.5.
Okay, so let's do question 4 now. Siddiqa, have you done it? Siddiqa,
Yes.
what did you get? What did you get for question 4 as an answer?
I wasn't sure, like, if, like, like for when you multiply,
Uh-huh.
to get the millimeters per minute,
Mhm.
I wasn't sure, like, do I have to put like 1 for like 1 hour?
Yes, so like first do that 1 hour and then you can convert the hour to minutes. Right? So let's see. Like 97.5 milliliters in 1 hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they're asking you the question to be in minutes, right? You can do is convert the 1 hour. So how many hours, how many minutes do we have in 1 hour?
60.
60, right? So convert to this to 60 minutes. Okay, so then we can write it like 97.5 over 60. Okay, now what we have to do is we have to we have to find the milliliters in per minute. Okay, if you have 60 minutes, so you have to find it for per minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, right? Basically, so we do not know, but we don't even know the milliliters. So right, we know per minute, but we don't know the milliliters, so that's why we have to calculate. So then we do the cross multiplication, 97.5 times 1 minute, and then 60 times x. So 60 times x is just 60x, and then 97.5 times so 97.5 times 97.5 times 60. Okay,
So we multiply?
yeah. So basically
Okay.
97.5 is just 97/1/2. Okay, okay, so you do that. So then you can convert it to fraction to do the multiplication. So 97 times 2 is what?
Wait, 97 times 2?
Yeah, because 97.5 I wrote it in fraction form, right? So the 0.5 I wrote it as 1/2. Okay, because 1/2 is just 0.5, right? So we're
Yeah.
just adding 97 to 0.5 is just 97 0.5. So you convert it. I think it's better to do it in fraction form, so it's easier. So 97 times 2 gives you what? 7 times 2 is?
7 times 2 is 14.
Then the 1 goes on top, then 2 times 9.
2 times 9 is 18. Plus
Plus
1 is
the
19.
19. 194, but then Yeah.
And then you
So
add
now
one more. So
194. 94 I added with this one, right? So I
yeah.
get 195, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means 195 over 195 over 2. Okay, is my fraction. So then I have to divide that by 60. So remember, one way to do that is to reverse, right? We learned. So 195 over 2, reverse it to 1 over 60, reciprocal, right? Because now we're thinking this divided by 60 over 1, but we can change its form and then change the sign, right, to multiply. So 1 over 60 now, okay? So 195 times 1 is 195. 2 times 60 is 120, okay? Right? Make
Yes.
sense?
Yeah.
So 195 you times the top and then times the bottom. So 195 times 1 is just 195 and 2 times 6 is 120.
So that's the answer?
No, that's not the answer yet. So now we have to do the calculation, right? So
Okay.
right, so we're doing 97.5. Yeah, so 195 divided by 120. So once we do that, then that we get the answer, okay? 120. So what's 120 times what gives you 195? Let's try let's try 2. So 0 times 2 is 0, 2 times 2 is 4, and then 2 times 1 is 2, 240. So that's greater than 195. So we can't use 2, right? We cannot
Yeah.
use it. This we cannot use, so we use 1, okay? So
Okay.
let's just use 1, okay? Because that's the closest and less than 195. So 1. So 9 minus 2 is what?
9 minus 2 is 7.
7.
Oh, sorry,
And then
8. Wait, what? It's 7. Sorry.
7. Yes, good. And then 5 minus 0 is
5 minus 0 is 5.
5. Okay, so then you can add a decimal here because you want to put a 0. So 7 between the 750. So what times 120 gives you 750?
750?
Yes. What 120 times what number gives you 750 or closest?
Probably 3.
3. Let's see. 3 10. No, that's 360. Let's try 5.
5
5.
maybe, yeah.
So then you get 5.
5
0
times
times
2
5
is
is
10.
10,
And
and then
you put the 1 on top, 2.
600.
Oh, okay.
Okay, maybe you can try that. Let's try another number that's more closer. Let's see, 6.
7
You want to try
or
7?
6?
6. Let's try 6. 0 times 6 is 0. 6 times 2 is 12. And then 1. So that's the closest, right? So 720.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay, so then you write 1.6, right? So 1.6, 720 minus 750 minus 720 will give you so 7 yeah, so 750 minus 720 will give you 30. So let's add another 0 beside the 30, right? So that means we write 300. So what times 120 gives you 300?
What times what?
120 gives you 300.
Try 2 maybe?
Yeah, 2 is the closest, so that's 240. Okay, and then 240 minus 300 gives that's we have to add a 2. So that means 300 minus 240 will give you 60. So then we add another 0. Okay, and then let's see, 120 times what gives you 600? Is that 5? Yeah, 5 we did, right? Gives you 600. So that's our answer. So 1.625 is our answer. So milliliters per minute is 1.625 milliliter per minute. Make sense? Is that making sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So then now okay, question number 5 is find the speeds, then answer the question. So 5A is 860 meters in 8 minutes, okay? So 860 meters in 8 minutes, okay? So you guys have to do this by yourself, okay? So I will give you these questions to do for the homework. So anyone has any question? It's basically like the how we did all the other questions, okay? Cross multiplied, okay, and then found the answer. So I'm just posting the homework for grade 7 math, okay? Okay. Okay, so meanwhile you guys can work on grade 7, you guys can work on the homework assignment, okay? Okay, if you have any questions you can let me know. Okay, I will proceed to grade 6 math. Okay, so let's do for grade 7. Okay, let's do adding fractions with unlike denominators, okay? So write the least common multiple LCM of each set of numbers, okay? So okay, for the 4 and 2, we have to write the least common number. So first we can draw a chart and we can say, okay, first of all, 4 is a multiple of 2 and 2 is also a multiple of 2, right? Okay, so that means 2 and 1, and then again you try 2, you get because 2 is still there, so 2 times what gives you 2? 2, and then 1, right? 1 still the same, so 1 and 1. That means your multiple, your least common multiple is 2 and 2, right? Makes sense? So Bahauddin?
Yes, teacher.
Okay, so does that make sense what I explained right now about least common multiple?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means 2 and 2 is so that means 2 times 2, 2 is also, 1 is also, and 1 times 1. So 1 is also a multiple, 2 is also a multiple, 4 is also a multiple. So for 2, 1, 2, and 4. These are the 3 multiples. Make sense? Bahauddin? Yeah. Yeah. What about 3 and 6? Can you do 3 and 6 for me? Question 2. Bahauddin, can you do question number 2 for me? Imran, are you there? Imran? Imran? Can you do question 3?
Okay.
Bahauddin, so what did you get?
I'm still working on it, teacher.
Okay.
18.
Sorry, what did you get?
Wait, I'm still working on it.
So you have to write the numbers, right? There's more than one number that is a multiple of 3 and 6. So you have to write all of them. So I'll give you 1 more minute. Okay. So everyone, Bahauddin, what did you get so far? Tell me. So what is 3 times what gives you 3 and 6?
2.
2. Okay, yeah. So let's try 2. So yes, 2 gives you but the 2 doesn't give you both, right? So we need we need, okay, we can try 2 for 1. Okay, let's try for 2 for 1, but we need some multiple that gives for both. Okay, so we have to find the common multiple. So what's the common one? 3, right? 3 is a multiple of what? 3 as well, and 1, 6 as well. Make sense, Bahauddin?
Yeah.
So 3 times 1 gives you 3, right? And then 3 times 2 gives you 6. Now you can do 2. So 2 is a multiple of 2, right? So that means 1, right? So 2 times 1 gives you 1 can just go there, and then 2 times 1 can give you 2. So 1 goes at the bottom now. So 1, right? The multiples are 3, 2, and 1. Make sense? Howardin?
Yes.
Okay, Imran, can you did you do question number 5? Imran? 5 and 15? Imran, are you there?
Me?
Yes. What did you get for this question?
I don't understand this one.
Okay, so they're telling you to find the least common denominator, which is LCM, okay, short form. So that means you have to find whatever is a multiple of 5 and 15, lowest number, and you have to use that number, okay, to find to do the multiple, find the multiples. So 5, I put it here is because 5 is the timetable of this 5 and 15. So what is 5 times what gives you 5?
1.
Yes. So 5 times 1 gives you 5, and then 5 times what gives you 15?
3.
3. So that means 1 and 3. Okay, now I can use 3, okay, because that's the lowest right here for 2, because we have to also solve for the 3. So 3 times 1 is just 3 times 1 is to give you 3, and then 3 times what gives you 3?
1.
1, right? So because the 1 from here, just you bring it down, and then this you have to multiply by 1 to give you 3. So 1 and 1 now. So it's good. So 1 is a multiple of 1. So that means you have to write 5 times 3 times 1. Okay, that's the least common denominator. Make sense? Make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So let's solve a question. 1 and
Teacher, I don't understand it.
you don't? Okay. Okay, let's do again. Let's do one example. You just told me you understand it. That's why I moved on, okay? So 8 and 4. What is the common number between, what is the lowest common multiple? What is the lowest number that you can go with to get 8 and 4?
4.
4, but you can try, okay, let's do 4. Okay. But we go with the lowest number, Bahawuddin. So we go, because 2 is also a common number, right? So 2. But okay, fine, let's try 4. So 4 times what gives you 8? Bahawuddin? 4 times
Yes.
what? 4 times what number gives you 8?
2.
2. And 4 times what number gives you 4?
0.
No, 0 times 4 is 0. 4 times what number give you 4?
4 times 1.
1, yes. Okay, so then now I use 2 because 2 is the only number need to be solved. So the 2 times 1 give you 2. So 4 times 2 is the multiple, okay?
Okay.
Okay, makes sense? Okay, now
Okay.
let's move on to this question, 1, 3, and plus 1 over 6. Now we have to find the common multiple for this and this, okay? So this one, do the LCM. So 3 times what number? What number do I multiply to get 3 and 6? Ahwaddin?
2.
2, no, no, not 2 right now, but we can use 2. Let's use 2 for your thing. So then 2 times 3 just continues because no number by 2 multiplies to give you 3. 2 times 3 will give you 3 will give you 6, right? So 3 stays the same, and then you bring the 3 here. Now the 3 times what number gives you 3? Bahauddin?
Yes.
3 times what number gives you 3?
1.
1, and then the 3 times 1 also gives you 3. So that means my common multiple is 2 times 3. You understand now?
Yeah.
So, okay, if 2 times 3 is what? 6, right? So that means 3 times what should I be multiplying what to get 6? The bottom should be 6, okay? 3 times what number gives you 6?
2.
2. And 6 times what number gives you 6?
1.
So then top and bottom, I have to multiply same number. So 3 times 2, I'm multiplying here. Also have to multiply by 2, the top. And if I'm multiplying 6 times 1 on this side, I have to multiply the top by 1. So what is 2 times 1?
1.
No, 2 times 1 on the top.
2 times 1 is 2.
2, right? And then 1 times 1 on this side?
1.
1. So 2 plus 1 is?
3.
3 over 6 is, how do I simplify it? Divided by both by the same number, so common number. So 3 can be divided by 3 and 6 can also be divided by 3. So that means 3 divided by 3 is 1 and 6 divided by 3 is 2. 1 over 2 is my answer, okay? Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, can you do question number 21? Bahauddin? Let's do it together. So 1 over 2 and 1 over 6. Imran, what is the common multiple? So you take the bottom numbers, right? And you find the LCM. Okay. So Bahauddin, what is the common number? What am I gonna multiply by? Bahauddin?
2 and 6.
Yeah.
So I'm doing multiply.
I find the LCM first. LCM.
Okay.
Least common denominator for these two numbers at the bottom, right? Remember, we did LCM here. So we have to do the same thing here. So what is 2 and 6 a common multiple? Least LCM. What do I have to? I have to draw the chart, right? So what am I gonna write here? What number? What number?
I'm thinking, teacher.
2 times what number gives you 2 and 6? 2, right? 2 is a common multiple. 2 can give you 2 times 1 can give you 2, and 2 times 3 can give you 6. So 2 times 1 gives you 2. So I'm gonna write 1 here, and 2 times 3 gives you 6 here. So 6, okay? Makes sense? Bahauddin, what are you thinking? Do you understand? Don't I explain?
Yes.
We did LCM. Okay, so 2 and 6 is a common multiple of 2, and then 1, and then I also multiply this by 3 to get 6, so 3 here. Now, what is a common multiple of 1 and 3? What is it? What number can I multiply to get 1 to get 3? 3 times what number? Yes. 3, right?
3, yeah.
Yes. So 1 and 1. So 2 times 3 is my LCM. So now that 2 times 3 is LCM, since I found my least common denominator, it's 6, right? That's my 2 times 3 is 6. So that means 2 times what number gives you 6 at the bottom? What do I have to multiply? Top and bottom. What do I have to multiply to get you 6? Bahauddin?
3.
3. So the top is also going to be multiplied by 3. So 1 times 3 is 3. And 6 times what number do I have to get 6? 6 times?
2.
Sorry?
2.
No, 6 times what number do I get? 6. I need the 6 at the bottom. So
1.
6, yes, 1. Top and bottom, I multiply 1. So that means 1 times 1 is just 1. So 3 plus 1 is what?
4.
4 over 6. So 4 over 6, I have to divide it by what same number can I divide it by? To simplify it. 4 divided by 2. 6 also divided by 2. So I get 2 over 3. That's my answer. Okay. So now you could go on break. Okay, and we'll continue after the break. Okay, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. So we're gonna do science. We did this one yesterday. Okay. Okay, lunar phases. Can Haika read? Haika, are you there?
Yes.
Can you read? Can the moon?
Okay. Can the moon cast shadows? Of course. A full moon is very bright. It is bright enough to cast shadows. If you are out away from city life and the moon is full, you might cast your own moon shadow.
Okay, can a little bit more the phases of the moon?
Okay, the phases of the moon. The moon does not produce any light of its own. It only reflects light from the sun. The moon has phases because it orbits around Earth. One orbit takes about 28 days as the moon moves around Earth. Different parts of it appear to be lit up by the sun. The moon sometimes appears fully lit and sometimes completely dark. Sometimes it is particularly lit, and the difference appear of the moon are referent to the phase of the moon.
Yeah. Okay, so you can see different phases of the moon, right? The moon, it changes its phases, right? Like keeps, sometimes it becomes a half full moon, then a crescent moon, right? Like, so you can see like the different phases of the moon. Okay. Okay. Can you read Bahawuddin, A New Moon?
A new moon occurs when the lit side is facing away from Earth. This happens when the moon is between the Earth and the sun. Sometimes you can just barely make out the outline new moon with sky. This is because some sunlight reflects off the Earth and hits the moon.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, continue. The moon grows. The moon grows as a waxing crescent. Can you read Bahawuddin?
The moon grows as a waxing crescent. During the crescent moon phase, the moon is less than half lit. About 1 week later, the moon enters the first quarter moon phase. Only half of the moonlit surface is visible from Earth, so it's appear as a half circle.
Okay. Imran, can you read The Moon Grows? Imran? Imran?
Okay. The moon grows through the wax the waxing gibbous phase. During the gibbous phase, the moon is more than half lit. After another week, the moon reaches the far side of the earth from the sun. The side of the moon facing the earth is completely lit. This is called a full moon.
The moon then passes. Okay, continue. Siddiqa? Siddiqa, can you read?
Okay, from the moon grows.
The moon then passes.
Okay. The moon then passes through the waning gibbous phase for another week until the moon is in the third quarter moon phase. Finally, after a week as a waning crescent, the moon is back to new.
Yes, continue. The end. The moon.
The moon undergoes a complete cycle of phases about every 29.5 days. This is slightly longer than the amount of time it takes the moon to orbit the Earth, because the Earth and moon are also moving in their orbit around the sun.
Yes. Okay. So the summary is the appearance of the moon from Earth has distinct phases. A full moon is completely lit, a new moon is completely dark. A gibbous moon is more than half lit, a crescent moon is less than half lit. Okay, so these are some questions to do. Okay, and I also recommend you to read the notes again. Okay. Okay, so I will send you the video to do in the link. Okay, so now we will be doing social studies. Okay, so we're almost done at this unit. So this is 3.16, the economics of government spending. Okay, Pawadin, can you read the economics of government spending?
The economics of government spending. Government spending covers a range of services provided by federal, state, and local governments. When the federal government spends more money than it receives in taxes in a given year, it runs a budget deficit. Conversely, when the government receives more money in taxes than it spends in a year, it runs in a budget surplus. If government spending and taxes are equal, it is said to have a balanced budget. For example, 2009, the U.S. government experienced its largest budget deficit ever, as the federal government spent 1.4 trillion more than it collected in taxes. This deficit was about 10% of the size of the US GDP in 2009, making it by far the largest deficit relative to GDP since the mammoth borrowing used to finance World War II.
Yeah. Universal generalizations, government economic policies at all levels influence level of employment, output, and price levels. The role of federal government has grown, making it vital player in the economy. Why has the federal government role in the national economy grown over the last years? Has the national government helped or hindered the nation's economic growth since 1940s? How have current economic goals of government impacted government spending? Okay. So you know Yellowstone Park. Can you read Haika?
You treated all the way to see Yellowstone National Park in the beautiful month of October 2013, only to find it closed. Closed? Why? For 2 weeks in October 2013, the U.S. federal government shut down.
What did you guys do?
Many federal services, like the national parks, closed, and 0,000 federal employees were armed. Tourists were shocked. So was the rest of the world. Congress and the president could not agree on the budget inside the Capitol. Republicans and Democrats argued about spending priorities and whether to increase the national debt limit. Each year's budget, which is over $3 trillion of spending, must be approved by Congress and signed by the president. 2/3 budget is entitlements and other mandatory spending, which occurs without confirmation or presidential action. When the program are set up tied to the budget debate was the issue of increasing the debt ceiling, how high the national debt of the U.S. government can be. The House of
Representatives.
Representatives refused to sign on to the bills to fund the government unless they include the vision to stop or change the Affordable Health Care Act. As the days ticked by, the United States came very close to defaulting on its debt.
Yeah. So why does the federal budget create such intense debates? What would happen if the United States actually defaulted on its debt? In this chapter, we will examine the federal budget, taxation, and fiscal policy. We will also look at the annual federal budget deficits and the national debt. All levels of government, federal, state, and local, have budgets that show how much revenue the government expects to receive taxes and other incomes and how government plans to spend it. Budgets however, can shift dramatically within a few years as policy decisions and unexpected events shake up earlier tax and spending plans. Fiscal policy is one of the two policies tools for fine-tuning the economy. The other is monetary policy. While monetary policy is made by policymakers at the Federal Reserve, fiscal policy is made by Congress and the President. Okay. Imran, can you read the discussion of fiscal policy? Imran? Siddiqa, can you read the discussion?
Okay. The discussion of fiscal policy focuses on how federal government taxing and spending affects aggregate demand. All government spending the taxes affect the economy, but fiscal policy focuses strictly on the policies of the federal government. We begin with an overview of U.S. government spending and taxes. When we then discuss fiscal policy from a short-run perspective, that is how the government uses tax and spending policies to address recession, unemployment, and inflation, how periods of recession and growth affect government budgets, and the merits of balanced budget proposals.
Okay, total US government spending. Okay, Aya, can you read? Aya? Aya, can you read?
Back from the washroom.
Okay, Imran? Siddiqa, can you tell Imran to unmute, please?
Okay.
Imran, are you there?
He went to get water for a second. So he's coming back.
Okay, Bahauddin, can you read?
Total U.S. government spending, federal spending in nominal dollars, that is dollars not adjusted for inflation, has grown by multiple than 38 over the last 4 decades, from 92 billion in 1960 to 3.6 trillion in 2012. Comparing spending over time in nominal dollars is misleading because it does not take into account inflation or growth in population and the real economy. A more useful method of comparison is to examine government spending as a percent of GDP over time.
The top line figure shows the level of federal spending since 1960. Okay, Imran, can you read? Imran? Aya, are you back? Okay, Imran? Siddiqa, can you tell Imran to unmute, please?
Okay.
Okay, Imran? Imran, are you there? Imran? Okay, Haika, can you read the top line?
Okay, the top line in figure 1 shows the level of federal spending since 1960, expressed as share of GDP, despite a widespread sense among many Americans that the federal government has been growing really larger. The graph shows that federal spending has hovered in the range of from 18% to 20% of GDP in most of the time since 1960. Other lines in figure 1 show the major federal spending categories: national defense, social security, health programs, and interest payments. From the graph, we see that national defense spending as a share of GDP has generally declined since the 1960s, although there were some upward bumps in the 1980s build up under President Ronald Reagan. In the aftermath of the terrorist attack on September 11, 2001, in contrast, Social Security and healthcare have grown steadily as the percent of GDP. Healthcare expenditures include both payment for senior citizens, Medicare, and payments for low-income Americans. Medicaid is also funded by state governments. Interest payments are the final main category of the government spending shown on the figure.
Yeah. So so I'm gonna share like a video that will explain, right, like where's the money of the taxes spent usually by the government, okay, the federal government, and how like it's spent on the US, you know, spendings and US army. So this is the types of spending the government has, you know, various departments that arrange the payment of these social sector services and these military services. Okay, so these are some questions to answer. So explain private sector and public sector right now. Okay, and I will also share the link for the video that will explain more about this. Okay, so let me share that in the chat. So I want you to answer these two questions, okay, after watching the video. Everyone, okay? Okay, so let me share the link of the video. Okay. Okay, so if not, I'm just gonna share the link. So you can use the link to answer the questions, okay? So everyone, please click the link and answer the two questions. You guys have 10 minutes, okay? Okay, so has everyone done watching the video?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you learn from the video?
That if tourism, like those parks, close down, a lot of people won't have jobs.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So what was the reason? Like, why wouldn't? What else were they talking about? Haika? Haika? What did you learn from the video?
I think that people are gonna also be losing jobs
Mm-hmm. Yes. So what's the main reason? Like, why is that gonna happen?
because they're shutting down so many areas.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. And did anyone else? Imran, Siddiqa, did you watch the video? Siddiqa? Aya? Okay, so let's continue from the types of spending we did a bit. Yeah, so there's these questions are for homework, okay? Okay, so I will post them in your Google Classroom. Okay, so we are done the chapter unit 3, so we can move on to unit 4. So these are some vocabulary words that we will be learning about reserve requirements, federal rates, discount rate, open market, currency, barter, revenue, expenditure. Okay, and this is some things that we will also be learning about the functions of money, describing the characteristics of money, and commonly analyze the positive and negative aspects of barter currency, and also explain the structure of Federal Reserve systems, right? Okay, so evaluating economic performances. Okay, can you read, Haika? Haika,
Yes.
can you read evaluating economic performance?
I can't see it. Your screen is frozen.
Okay, let me see. Okay, can you read now?
Yes. All economic systems have goals in place to guide them in their quest for success. In the United States, we have a market system or a free enterprise system. The system has numerous economic goals. They are also tied to a society. While not every person would rank these goals in the same order, they are in fact the most organized by individual as significant topics related to the economic and society. Many Americans consider the following issue to be of the utmost importance to our economic and government: economic freedom, economic inadequacy, economic equality, economic security, full employment, price stability, and economic growth.
Mm-hmm. So these are some guiding questions. Okay, so the first universal generalization, what we learn is the first enterprise system has many benefits that lead to higher quality of life for its citizens. Freedom and equity and are related to the level of satisfaction people have with their economic system. So some guiding questions are: what are the economic goals of the United States? What are some of the benefits of the free enterprise system? How do high interest rates discourage business growth? Okay, so economic performances. Aya, can you read? Aya?
Yes.
Yes, can you read economic freedom?
Economic freedom is when people have the right to make their own decisions regarding individual choice of where to work, how to work, from whom to work, as well as uses of the money earned. Economic efficiency is the idea that resources should not be wasted in order to produce products. Equity, in relation to economics, is the idea that there should be fairness regarding equal pay for the equal work, or prevention of discrimination in the workplace and prohibition by false claims by producers. Economic security is the idea that workers will be protected to a certain degree from economic events, from having a safety net to help those from help those who are unemployed, injured, on the job, or too old to work. Full employment is the idea that everyone should work so that they can earn money to participate in the curricular flow of economic activity. If people do not work, they cannot purchase goods and services, and the economy will not grow accordingly. Price stability is perhaps harder to achieve. The belief that prices should remain stable and the government should keep inflation in check to allow people on a fixed income to be able to afford goods and services. If inflation grows, it will impact both individuals. Finally, economic growth is necessary to keep up with the demand of a growing population. The idea that there will be more or better goods and services in the future, and that people will want those products, and the economy will continue to grow.
Yeah. Okay, so the ideas is like, there's something called economic security, which maintains the economy of every was the like the social welfare of every citizen in the country. So whether they're unemployed or employed, okay. Full employment is like something that they are continuously employed workers that are being they're hired and they're working full time, and they have that opportunity. And then the price stability is perhaps higher to achieve, right? Because a lot of inflation is happening right now, and some things are changing, so the price stability like is hard to maintain in all parts of the country, right? And then finally, economic growth is like the growing in the economy in the population of a country. So where goods and services are being provided to everyone. So yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Walaikum salam.
Salam.
How are you? All of you?
Good, alhamdulillah. How are you?
How are
Alhamdulillah.
you?
Alhamdulillah. Okay. So I think your teacher is not here, so I'm going to continue with you. So Bahauddin and Aya and Haika. Are you there, all of you?
Yes, teacher.
Yes.
Okay. So ربي زدني علما ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Okay, so I am going to listen your Quran Majid. We were doing memorization and oh, your teacher came. So
Assalamu alaikum, sister.
Walaikum Assalam.
Hey, sister, it would be nice if you can write your names with the teacher so it's easy for me to transfer to the breakout rooms, inshallah.
Who wants to take the first 10?
I will. Haika. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وال والنازعات by those angels who pull out the souls of the disobedient, Gharqa with violence, one Nashitati by those angels who take out the souls of the believers, Nashta gently, was Sabihati by those who swim, Mabha swiftly,
Nabha.
Mabha swiftly,
Hmm.
Fal Sanikati and by those angels who press forward, Sabka in a race. The Birati and by those angels who range to do. Amra, the commands of their Lord. Yoma Narjuhu on the day shakes Rajifatu, the trembling one.
Yes. Now read this one.
Yet Ba'aha follows it.
Are you there?
Yes.
Radifatu, the subsequent, the second blowing of the trumpet. Two hearts. Yoma, easy that day. Wajifatu will beat with fear. Absaruha, their eyes. Khashiyatu will be downcast.
Okay, somebody else now? Yes, somebody else?
Okay, teacher. Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Yaquluna, they say, Aina, shall we indeed lamarduduna be returned fil hafira to our former state of life? Aiza kunna, even when we are izam and bones, nakhira crumbled. Kalu tilka, they say that iza then karatan would be a return. Khasira with loss by nama here, but only it's a dry. Tun will be a cry, wahida, single, Faiza, then behold whom they Bisahira will be awakened alive after death. Hal ataka, there come to you hadisu, the story Musa of Moses is when Nadahu called him Rabbuhu, his Lord, Bilwadi in the valley, al Mukaddasi, sacred Tua of Tua. Azhab ila Fir'aun, go to Pharaoh. Izhab, innahu dagha, verily he has transgressed all bounds. Fakul, and say, hal is it laka for you, ila tu antazakka, that you purify yourself.
Someone else now?
Would you like me to read again?
Sure.
Al-Kubra, great.
Ahdiyaka.
Wa ahdiyaka. Oh, okay, I'm reading from there. Ila rabbika, to your Lord. Fatajshai, so you should fear him. Fa'arabu, then he showed him ayata, the sign, al-kubra, great, فكذب فكذب, but he denied. وعصى, and disobeyed. ثم أدبر, then he turned his back. Yes, striving against Allah. فحشر, then he gathered his people. فنادى, and cried aloud. فقال أنا, and said, I am Rabbukum, your Lord. La
الأعلى
Al-A'la, most high. فأخذه الله
فأخذه الله
فأخذه الله, so Allah seized him. Nakala, with punishment.
It's probably just background noise.
الآخرة
Al-Akhirati, for the last. Wal and the first.
والأولى
Wa'ula, and the first. Inna, verily. Fi zalika, in this. La ribra, ta is an admonition. Liman yakhsha, for whoever fears Allah.
Hmm. Who else? Okay, who else? Aya? Anybody? Hmm? No? Come on.
You want me to continue reading, teacher?
Sure.
Okay. Are you? Ashdu,
أشد
more difficult. Khalqan, to create. Or the heaven. Bannaha, that he constructed. Rafa'a, some he raised its height. Fasawaha, and perfected it. Wa aghtasha laylaha, and its night he covered with darkness. Wa akhraja duhaha, and its forenoon he brings out. Wal arda, and the earth. Bagda, after. Zalika, that. Dahaha, he spreaded it. Akhraja, and he brought forth. Minha, their form. Ma'aha, its water. Mar'aha, and moisture. Wa jibala, and the mountains. Arsaha, he has fixed them firmly. Mana'a, to be a provision and benefit. lakum for you, wali wa an amikum for your cradle, fa'iza ja'ati, but when comes, ulta tamatu, the catastrophe,
Atamatu.
atamatu, the catastrophe, al kubra, greatest.
Good, mashallah. Okay, who else wants to read? Faudin, do you want to read?
Okay. يوم the day يتذكر الإنسان, when man shall remember مساعة, what he strove for, وبرزت الجحيم, and hellfire shall be made apparent in full view, liman yara, for one who sees, فأما من طغى, then as for him who transgressed all bounds, وآثر الحياة, and preferred the life dunya of the world, فَإِنَّ الْجَحِيمَ, then verily hellfire, here it, al-ma'wa, will be his abode, وَأَمَّا مَنْ خَافَ, but as for him who feared maqama, standing, rabbihi, before his Lord, وَنَهَى النَّفْسَ, and restrained himself, anil hawa, from evil desires, lust, فَإِنَّ الْجَنَّةَ, then verily paradise, here it, al-ma'wa, will be his abode.
Good, mashallah. Okay, keep reading.
Yas'alunaka, they ask you anis-sa'ati, about the hour, ayana, when mursaha will be its appointed time, fima, in what position, anta, are you, min zikraha, of to mention it, illa rabbika, to your Lord belongs, muntaha, the term thereof, innama, anta, you are only munziru, a warner man for those who yakhshaha, fear it, ka'annahum, as if they, yawma, the day, yaranaha, they see it, lam yalabasu, had not tarried, ila ashiyatan, except an afternoon, aw duhaha, or its morning.
Good, mashallah. Good. Okay, ready for Monday's test, inshallah?
Yes, teacher.
Inshallah. You know, only how many days left to Ramadan? Do you know?
Maybe 5 months.
Almost. A few months only. Are you prepared for Ramadan? Yes? No? Are you?
Yes, and I think Ramadan is in 143 days, I think.
You think so?
Yeah, 143 days.
Okay. So, memorize this translation well, inshallah. Okay?
Okay.
How many of you fast? Do you all fast or no? Or sometimes you fast and sometimes you don't fast? Mm. I'm just going to the book for Islamic studies. Okay. How many of you memorized Surah Shams? Did you memorize Surah Shams?
I memorized half, so
You memorized it? Good job, mashallah.
I memorized half of it.
Excuse me?
Yes, I memorized it.
Good, mashallah. Very good. Everybody should memorize it, okay? Okay, parent-teacher meetings are coming up. So please make sure your parents schedule meetings with me. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, today we are reading the chapter Etiquette of Conversation. Start reading from here. Who would like to read? Yes? Come on.
Can I read, teacher?
Sorry. Who said it?
I said
We both said it.
we both said it.
You, Bahuddin and?
Haika.
Bahudin can read.
Bahuddin said it first, so Bahuddin can read it first and then I
Bahudin
can read.
Okay. Cambridge Dictionary defines conversation as a talk between two or more people in which thoughts, feelings, and ideas are expressed, questions are asked and answered, or news and information are exchanged.
Keep reading.
Islamic manners concerning conversation. While conversing with others, a Muslim must keep away from falsehood, slander, backbiting, and shameful talk. He should protect his tongue from that. Allah and His Messenger ﷺ have forbidden. Silence is sometimes a source of safety and security. The tongue is like a beast of prey. If you do not control it, it will surely land you in trouble. The Prophet ﷺ said, those who keep quiet will be safe. This means that a Muslim is required to keep quiet, especially to avoid evil speech, to be safe from evil in this life and the hereafter. He should not talk about things that do not concern him, nor should be engaged in any kind of speech from which he may not get any benefit. Failure to control the tongue is the fastest way to hellfire.
Okay. Now somebody else can read. Hmm. Yes. Heka? Heka, you can read now. You want to read or not?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
From the Prophet's excellent.
The Prophet's excellent qualities.
Okay, the Prophet's excellent qualities in eloquence and fluence of speech are well known. He was fluent, was very concise, and very clear. He used meaningful words, and his speech was free from affection. He never used
From affectation.
From affectation. He never used too few or too many words. It was if his speech considered or threatened pearls, he had a loud voice which was melodious. His speech was so clear that all those who listened to him understood him. The teaching of the Prophet ﷺ concerning conversations. Salfu Ayan Abdullah once asked the Prophet ﷺ, Messenger of Allah, tell me something that I should adhere to. He replied, say, my Lord is Allah, then remain steadfast. Sufyan then asked, Messenger of Allah, what do you fear most for me? The Prophet ﷺ took hold of his tongue and said this. Even the slightest carelessness by the tongue can make all the other organs suffer. The Prophet ﷺ said, when the son of Adam gets up in the morning, all the organs of his body humble themselves before the tongue and say, fear Allah for our sake, because we are with you. If you are straight, we will be straight. But if you are crooked, we will be crooked. The Prophet ﷺ also said, it is great teachery that you tell your brother something he accepts as truth from when you are lying. He also said, woe to him who tells lies to make people laugh. Woe to him, woe to him.
Okay. Someone else can read now. Who would like to read?
Teacher, can I read?
Yes, you can read.
The impact of words. Words have a great impact. A person might utter a word without thinking about it being pleasing or not to Allah, and so he might ruin his life and bring Allah's punishment upon himself in the hereafter. On the other hand, he might utter a word because of which Allah will undoubtedly raise his degrees in paradise. The Prophet ﷺ said, truly a person says a word that is pleasing to Allah, and though he does not give it any importance, Allah raises him a number of degrees because of it, and truly a person says a word that is displeasing to Allah, and though he does not give it any importance, when he says it, he will sink because of it into hellfire.
So see, it is so easy to fall into hellfire or to fall into paradise. Okay, next. Keep reading.
Speak good or keep silent. A Muslim should weigh his words before he speak. If he feels that what he is about to say is pleasing to Allah, then he should surely speak. Otherwise, he should remain silent. The Prophet ﷺ said, let him who believes in Allah and the last day either speak good or keep silent. In another hadith, he mentioned that saying a good word is an act of charity. Remember that being talkative often leads to sinning, and carelessness in the choice of words often leads to mistake. Once the Prophet ﷺ asked his companions, "Do you know what backbiting is?" They replied, "Allah and His Messenger knows best." Then he said, "Backbiting is talking about your brother in a way that he disliked." Someone asked, "What if my brother is as I say?" The Prophet ﷺ replied, "If he is as you say, you have backbited him. And if he is not as you say, you have slandered him."
So what should we do if somebody has a bad quality in him? So what should we do? You know what we should do? We should advise that person in a calm, quiet, and beautiful way. Okay, not by taunting him, not by being rude, not in a loud voice, but in a very peaceful, quiet voice, sitting close to him, or through an email, through a phone call, through a something like that, that nobody else finds out that we are advising that person. Okay, without telling anybody. If we see somebody doing something wrong, incorrect, we should advise him in secretive ways without letting anybody else find out. And we shouldn't tell anybody, like other people, about his bad quality or bad habit. Okay?
Okay, teacher.
Okay. Next. Who's going to read next? Yes. Who's going to read next? Hayka? Aya?
Okay, I can read.
Okay.
You want me to read from?
Do not interrupt someone.
Okay. Do not interrupt someone while he is speaking. It is bad manner to start to speak in the middle of another person's speech. A wise person does not speak until there is an interval of silence. Avoid interruption unless it is a very important and unavoidable, and then quickly apologize for doing so.
Keep reading.
Gossip
Aya, do you want to read? Oh, she doesn't even speak. Okay, keep reading.
Okay. Gossip and cattiness are signs of bad manner. It is also bad manner to discuss other people's affairs that are damaging or harmful to them. Only jokes that are in good taste and free from lies should be told. A good Muslim does not engage in vulgar, crass, or cruel jokes.
So, I will tell you what is the meaning of this. Cattiness means that saying something unkind intended to hurt someone. Okay? So that is also from bad manners. Okay? And then crass. You know what cruel is, right?
Yes.
So crass means saying something that's insensitive. Okay? That's or unintelligent. Okay? So that's also bad manners. Did you read the last passage? The speaking in a low voice? Yeah? Hayako?
No.
Okay. Who wants to read the last passage? Aya, do you want to read it? No? Okay, who wants to read it?
I can read again.
Sure.
Okay. Speaking in a low voice, the Quran says the most disagreeable of all sounds is the voice of donkeys. By keeping your voice low, you are not only show good manners, you not only show good manners but with people, but you also obey Allah's command. Speaking with a loud voice is bad manners. When a person speaks in a loud, harsh voice, he shows that he has no manners and no respect for others.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that you cannot call anybody from the other room or from upstairs or downstairs in a loud voice. Means when you are sitting in one, like when you're in a classroom, okay, with people, then you shouldn't speak in a loud voice. That's what it means. Okay. And then when you're teaching, you can be loud. You have to be loud when you're teaching. Or when you are addressing a group of people, then you can be loud. Okay. Speaking in a low voice means according to the setting of the place. Okay. Okay. So now what's next? Exercises. Match the following.
Silence is for C.
Being talkative.
Being talkative is
For E.
The tongue.
A.
The tongue is
It's for A.
leads to heaven. The tongue can lead to heaven, right? Or often leads to sinning, or often leads to heaven, could be either. Silence leads to heaven. Okay. Being talkative often leads to sinning. The tongue has a great impact. Okay. Okay, words.
I think words is for B.
Words is like a beast of prey. Okay.
okay.
Words have a great impact and the tongue is like a beast of prey. Okay. Okay, why shouldn't one interrupt others when they are speaking?
Can I answer this one?
Yes, you can.
Okay, it's because it is not good manners, it's also rude, and it's not one of the things that Allah does say to do. Allah says that you must speak gently, or unless you you can do it if it's like something urgent or important and it cannot wait, but you should also apologize after for interrupting that person.
Define backbiting and slandering.
Backbiting and slandering are like when you talk behind someone's back and it is not something good about them, it's something maybe rude or bad about them.
What does speaking in a loud voice show?
Speaking in a loud voice shows you don't have manners to anyone else, and it is also bad manners.
Okay, good. Everybody should answer. Who said this to whom? Did he say it and when?
He said it to Yan Ibn Abdullah.
Okay. Mention some of the bad things a good Muslim must keep away from when talking to others.
One of the things is that you shouldn't talk loud or yell at one another. You shouldn't interrupt another person while talking. You shouldn't say anything bad about them. You should be respectful and listen with open ears to them.
Yeah. Okay, good. MashaAllah. Very good. Okay. Okay. So this activity is done now. Okay. I want you to match these. This is another activity.
I can't see your screen. You stop.
Yeah, I'm going to share it soon. I haven't
Okay.
shared it yet. Okay, this one. Each one of you do one. Which one is going to be the first one with always greet people with a handshake? Which one is going to be with match each sentence with a picture?
The one
Okay.
at the bottom.
The one at the bottom.
Yes, good. Always introduce yourself to new people. Which one is it going to be?
The one at the top. No, the one at the second last.
Splendid church in
Okay. Always say goodbye when you leave.
the second one at the top.
Second one.
Okay. Always answer when others ask you questions.
The one at the
third
top.
one.
The top one. Okay. Okay. But don't talk to strangers though. Don't talk to strangers. Just friends at school. This is for your for at school or when you are with your parents. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Mark, which one is correct? Is fighting green or red?
Red.
Studying green or red?
Green.
Sharing green or red?
Green.
Stealing green or red?
Red.
Good. Okay. There's some other things I want to tell you too, but time is up now, so we can discuss it further, inshallah ta'ala, later some other time. Okay?
Okay.
Allah Hafiz.
Allah.
Take care.